Good evening, everyone. Welcome to today's meeting, Thursday, February 16, 2023. Roll call, please. I'll finish this one because I don't know how long it's going to be, and then I'll just go to the next one. So, the special.
Okay. Mayor Elma Beltran,
Present.
Councilwoman Juanita Molina,
Present.
Councilman Diego Garza,
Present.
Councilwoman Sabrina Rodriguez,
Present.
Councilwoman Kathy Solorio, Treasurer Michelle Lopez.
Please rise for the flag salute. Okay. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Could you please remain standing so we can do a moment of silence, please, for our fallen officer in Selma. I forgot his name. Carrasco, Officer Carrasco. Moment of silence, please. Okay, thank you. So we have on our item here is for presentation informational for homelessness. Do we have something like that for homelessness?
Well, I just wanted to do an update on what we have been doing for the homeless. So what we've been doing for the homeless is every night that it's been cold weather, and you know that it's been cold weather a lot lately. So we have had the senior center open. We have had a staff member there. We have cots, we have blankets, and we have provided them hot chocolate. But we have had that available for them. The senior center is open at 7 o'clock, and the doors shut exactly at 10 o'clock. And whoever is there, they're in there all night long until 7 o'clock in the morning. And so far, we've had only a couple of homeless people take advantage of this. We have provided them toiletries. We've provided them some change of clothes and some sleeping bags and, again, some additional blankets. But I know that one of the council members is very passionate about the homeless. And so she had asked that we try to do more and provide some food for the homeless and be able to provide sandwiches for them on a daily basis. And so she wanted to bring that forward too as well and continue to reach out to the homeless and be able to continue offering this support to them, not just in the hot weather and the cold weather, but every day. So that's something she wanted to bring forward to the council. Do you have anything to add?
I'd like to thank Sonia for helping me get this done because it's very important. Our community is very important. We have to think of our homeless too, so I'm really on top of it. And Sonia's doing a great job on it, and I'm happy for the first time I got to get it on the agenda. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sonia.
Well, thank you for that, Sonia. We really appreciate that update. I'm going to go on to item number 2. That way we can move on with the Mayor Pro Tem, Neil, and then we'll go back to item 1. It's going to be a little lengthier.
Because you, in addition to everyone else, have the right to make a nomination. It's customary to delegate this task of conducting this item of business to someone else, and you're going to delegate that to me tonight. So you all have the right to make a nomination. You can nominate yourself if you wish. You can second the nomination of you, if that's what you wish. But basically, I will simply open the floor for nominations. And once the nomination is made and seconded, we will vote on it, or you will vote on it. And if that carries by a majority of the council, that person becomes the mayor pro tem. So unless you all have any questions, I will simply
I'd like to make a nomination for Sabrina,
open the floor for nomination.
for Sabrina Rodriguez to be the mayor pro tem.
I second.
Hi, third.
So can we do a roll call vote, please? Yes.
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 Okay, motion carries. Congratulations, Sabrina. So next we have on our
Yes, next up.
agenda is item number 1, Sonia.
This is adoption of resolution 2023, I'm not sure what number, -7, authorizing the submittal of funding applications through the U.S. EPA Sewer Overflow and Stormwater Municipal Grants Program. I'm going to let Javier talk about this one. He was heavily involved in this, but you know, this was a team effort. Actually, so was Provost and Pritchard.
Yeah, thank you. As you know, we've been applying for grants to try and get more funding to the city and fix some of our infrastructure needs. So I'm gonna hand these out. Just to clear it up, there's 3 pages in the summary I gave you. The first page is for the OSG funding, which we teamed up with Provost and Pritchard and Sonia to apply for. And we got notice that they're actually going to award us, get the exact number here, 5.24 million. So tonight's resolution will allow us to apply and receive those funds. And those funds, essentially what they'll do is they'll convert a lot of our water basins into groundwater recharge basins. So allows us to kind of add some water into our aquifer, help us have, I guess, better quality of water over the long run. That's the one for tonight. So I included 2 other ones that we've also received or have notices that we will receive for this month. That one is 5.24 million. The next one, which we're having a ceremony for tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next week?
It's on the 23rd.
On the 23rd?
Yeah, I haven't announced that one yet.
Okay, yeah. So I included it behind this one because, so we don't get confused, that one's for 4.3 million, and it's for the rest of the basins. So we're trying to do all of the city's basins, convert them into groundwater recharge basins. And we got really lucky with that one. So we have total there, close to 10 million right there. In grant funds that are coming our way. The last one you see on there is the ATP funds, which will be awarded on the 23rd if everything goes good. So, and that's another $6 million. So total, this month we've been lucky to get close to $16 million, and that's part of these efforts to get these grant applications out. And tonight's I guess if we adopt this tonight, then allows us to continue applying and receive the OSG funding of 5.2.
But can you explain to him about the OSG funding and how that works? Because we're not just really applying for a grant and competing. We're actually receiving funds that have been left over. Mm-hmm. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so
we're not competing right now.
yeah, so these With this funding, the state actually chose 2 communities in the state, which they wanted to contribute the leftover funds from a larger pot that they had. And they chose Parlier and one other city, but we got the majority of the pot of the leftover funds through the state. So it's actually, we're really lucky to get this. And it's kind of once in a lifetime kind of deal, so.
And prior to that, the engineering was done, the planning was done, all of that was completed through another grant that we had, and that was done through Provost and Pritchard. That was done through Jeff's company. So that's why I say this has all been, teamwork. We've all been
Yeah.
working together on this for a while now. And so this all started to go through, actually, Councilmember Pimentel and his committee, sitting on the committee for Sigma and South Kings GSA, and working on trying to get the basins done. So it's all been a long time coming.
Yeah.
So I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he's here to be able to hear this and hear this news.
Anyone of the council have any questions? Anybody in the public?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I was just very proud and very happy to be part of the South King GPA for about 4 years, and well, actually 5 years. And we've been working on the water retention. We have to have about 49 to 50% water retention at the end of each year. So I was pushing all the time for the infrastructure so that when water is released from the dam, we fill up our basins so that they can recharge our underground water. And so, I'm very proud to say that I was able to help out, and hopefully that we'll start getting that going now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trina. Okay, so then do we have a motion to approve resolution number 2023 dash, what's the number?
7.
7?
I'll motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Diego. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, who was it? Jen, okay. Janie?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And motion carries 5 yes. Okay, we have another item, which is item number 3. Sonia? For
Okay.
the resolution for the Bank of the West.
Oh, this resolution's just designating signatories for the Bank of the West accounts. So it's another resolution that designates new signatories for the bank.
Which that would be Sabrina.
Sabrina.
Mayor Pro Tem on here. Okay. So do we have a
I have a question.
Yes.
Are we, so who's on there now?
me?
You and who else?
It was Trina.
Right now, it's the mayor. It was the mayor pro tem that was formerly the mayor pro tem. Me and the finance director.
I'd like to, suggest to, I think we're taking the finance director off, and I'd like to recommend to put, the city manager on there, on the signature.
I don't know if we can do, is that something that we can do as far as the city manager it's usually the electeds.
Absolutely, it's actually better that way because
Okay.
the finance director is
the
in
one that
charge
does the
of the
report.
money.
So then it's a
What
conflict.
you want to do is have the person in charge of the money not have access to the money
Okay.
to
No,
guard
but I'm
against-
saying, okay, so because we only did that to put the finance director because we needed someone so that they can actually sign when there was no one to sign. So we actually don't even need anybody as long, there's always been just 2 signatures. And actually,
That's what the
City-
resolution does say, though.
It
so
says
we didn't ever have the finance director be part of the
Uh-huh.
signing.
The resolution says to remove the finance director.
So if we just remove it and just leave it which is Bertha's part of the,
You would just have the 3, and
Right.
that would be fine.
yeah,
You have, your checks have 2 signatures on them?
yes. Yeah, we just included that at the time because there was I guess an issue with people being present to sign. If I'm out of town and then we had the mayor pro tem out of town. They wanted to have at least one elected and one staff member.
No, does it have to be a council member and an employee, or can it be, like, for me, I was thinking it would be Sonia, since she's a city manager, and Bertha, and then if one of them is not there, then it would come to you and someone, or then if you're not here, then it would go to Sabrina.
It only has to be 2 signatures. It's up to you guys how you guys want us to do it. I know the last council had a council member and a staff member, but it's completely up to you guys how you guys want us to do it from here on forward.
Just for me, I believe it should be city manager, since she's here every day, with Bertha, who's here every day. Sorry, Neil. And then it would go to the mayor and then mayor pro tem. I mean, that's just my opinion. I can't say for everyone else.
Whatever legal suggests to me.
There's just a certain number of people that are all authorized, and really it boils down to a matter of who's available.
Exactly.
9 times out of 10.
That's exactly right. But if everyone's available, I think the order should be Sonia and Bertha, and then if Sonia's not here, then the mayor steps in, and then if she's not
I
here,
think that's typically the way it works out, isn't it?
That's how it used to be, yes.
so
But Sonia wasn't on there, right?
No,
But-
it wasn't.
but
Sorry,
to,
it was before all of this, it was
if
the
you
mayor, the
wanted
city
to-
manager, and me.
Yeah, before Sonia, there was the former city manager.
Yes.
If you want to prescribe an order, that they
Yeah.
proceed in, we can do that, but we'd have to adopt a written policy that says that. So if you want to do that, we can add that to a future
I mean,
agenda. And
it would have to be a council vote, right?
correct.
So it's up to them also.
To me, it doesn't matter as long as the bills get paid. That's all that matters to me. The other thing is availability. And if you have it in a certain pattern, like it has to be this person and this person, and if they're not available, then that's where you might come across the problem of paying the bills. So to me, it doesn't matter who signs as long as it gets signed and bills get paid. That's all that matters to me.
I agree with what Diego's saying, because more likely you ladies are gonna be here because you work here. So usually you're here all the time. And when you're not here, then of course, then either if the mayor's out of town, then Sabrina can come in and do it.
Right.
So I think that's a good idea too. I agree with that one, so.
So why don't we just put it on the record that we will have the city staff that are designated to sign to be the ones to sign. And if there's none, if they're not available, then it'll go to Sabrina or myself.
Correct.
I think that has in fact been the practice that's been adhered to, so
Yes.
that's fine. And if you all are all fine with that, we can adopt that as a formal practice going forward.
Yep. So Dorothy, did you get that for the record, please?
Yes.
Staff to sign, and if they're, yes, just designated city staff to sign, and if not available, then it would go to mayor or mayor pro tem. So do we have a motion to approve? Motion by Sabrina, and second by Janie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes.
Okay. Next.
Okay, so we're done with our special meeting. Now we can move on to our regular agenda. And
Thank you.
It was number 3, no?
yes, resolution number 8. Yes, that's correct. Okay, so we move on to presentations, informational for Casa Castellanos for Parlier Migrant Head Start Program.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. Good evening, Parlier staff and community members. My name is Maddie Mendez. I am the Executive Director of Community Action Partnership of Madera County. And why do I come before you? Is for over 30 years, since 1994, we have been operating a migrant seasonal Head Start Center on 900 Newmark. The property is located on Parlier Unified School District. the superintendent had informed us that they would no longer lease to us, and we had to move out. And we moved all of our belongings after we provided services to the migrant and seasonal families that reside in Parlier. We serve 42 children. We serve preschool, infants, and toddlers. And the purpose for me coming today is to ask for your support. I would like to rebuild. Migrant and seasonal families live here, and if they reside within your community, and they also reside at the Parlier Migrant Center, which is located on Academy. The issue with the families that do not reside there is they cannot take their children to that center. So they are left without childcare. We provide childcare at no cost to the parents, no cost to the migrant families, the seasonal families, the families that can demonstrate that 51% of their income comes from agriculture. Many of the staff that we employ reside here in Parlier. As a matter of fact, many of our former employees work for the city center, the Parlier Academy. And we work together to refer children back and forth to each other. It's about the children. It's about providing those services. So my hope is that we could look at possibly applying for applications together to identify hopefully some land within the city so we can reopen. I understand what the Parlier Unified School District needed to do. Land is very scarce and they received a lot of funding, but I'm hoping that together we can reopen a migrant center. CAPMC has funding to operate it, and we would be hopefully coming in with to provide an application, whether it be to something the city can apply for, and we can come in with some funding to maybe work with an architect or engineering to identify services. We operate in Parlier, Reedley, Orange Cove, Selma, and then we have other sites on the west side of the 99, Fireball, Mendota, and Five Points. But we've been in operation for 30 years. CAPMC has been in existence for almost 60 years. We'll be celebrating our 60th anniversary soon, and we are ready and dedicated. We just hope that hopefully soon we can come back and present something to the council for consideration. Thank you for your time. I'm available if you have any questions, but I don't want to take up more of your meeting time.
Thank you.
I don't have a question, but I want to say thank you, Maddie. I've known Maddie for a lot of years. She was my coordinator when I worked for Migrant Head Start for over 20-some years. Our program, I say our program because early
You're still part of
childhood-
our program.
Early childhood has always been my pride and joy all my life. That was my job for a lot of years, and we jumped around a lot in Parlier. Before we came to the school, we were out in the country on Beto and American Avenue. Our program was even here in this room before we moved to La Colonia Head Start and shared half of that building before police department came in. When the police department came in, we were sent out to the country. But we were recruiting one day in Sanger, and we're told, what are you guys doing over here if you service children from Parlier? We're like, there's nowhere to go. So the young man that was working there was a minister, and his family was is from Parlier. They brought us to the school site, and that's when we started. We got our center right here, the Parlier Migrant Head Start, next to Continuation. And I mean, it is something I'm very proud of to work at, because I service our children, and I had our children come back, and I was teachers to their children. So it is a program that benefits our families, especially because we have a lot of migrant families, and hopefully through the city and through your guys' program, hopefully we can keep continuing to help our migrant families here in Parlier?
So our migrant families for 2023 will be recruiting. We'll be providing them with resources where they can be served, and they're not alone. We'll still be with them this year.
I had
Yes.
a question.
Yes, Sabrina.
So, my daughter went to little
Oh,
daycare there.
yeah.
She was with Janie, and she's 22. How many Parlier families did you service before you closed?
We were serving at least 80% of the families that we were serving were from Parlier. Their addresses were from Parlier. We did get some from Del Rey, or in between, the line would be Del Rey, but the majority of them, 80% were from Parlier, and attend Parlier Unified School District when they transitioned to kindergarten.
Oh, okay. And then your full enrollment. I mean, what was your numbers? I know with COVID, it was. I mean, numbers were
This
down
past
everywhere.
year, we were fully enrolled.
Okay.
We filled every seat. We had infants and mobile infants, toddlers, and preschoolers.
And what's the number on that?
42,
42.
42 children.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Any from the public?
My name is Humberto. What you're doing really touched my heart because I'm a migrant program also. I don't know what we do with the building that we got there by that city yard. So if you guys can think about it, and then with the plans that you guys got on opening the city hall in another area, probably we can come back and use this one. But right now, I don't know what we use. We got and use that place there by that city yard. So that's my suggestion. You know, because we don't have very many programs, especially for little babies.
Yeah.
You know, and I know our workers work from early in the morning until late at night. And there's no reason why Parlier is not going to have the same service as Sanger, especially Orange Cove. I think it's a challenge for you guys. So I'm making that suggestion and see what you guys think, you know, because I would like to see that place be used for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay, so now, Dorothy, did you have? She put in?
I'm not here to complain or anything like that. It's just that after the incident with that little girl, she was run over. I had noticed around town that there's a lot of pedestrians walking around. They're wearing black. They blend in into the night. You can't see them. And also bike riders. They have no reflections on their bikes. They're wearing also black. And sometimes they could just be right in front of you and not notice till they're right there. So I just wanted to let everybody know. I mean, I know everybody's careful, but just to take extra precaution on people driving their bikes and walking. That's all.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else that would like to approach the podium? No? Okay, then we can move on to the next item on the agenda. Any item from the consent calendar that anyone wants to pull for discussion?
I just had.
You were just in the public comments.
Yeah, that.
I asked right now for if anybody wanted to approach the podium for any comments. Okay. Okay. I announced, does anybody have any comments for the council that can approach the podium at this time? I'm sorry that I didn't say public comments, but that's when you approach the podium. Okay, So seeing that we have none, we can move on to the next item. So do we have an item that we want to pull from the consent calendar?
I don't want to pull it, but I do have a question on number 2.
You would have to pull it for discussion.
Okay, so then I want to pull it for discussion
Okay.
for number 2.
Number 2, do we have any other items? Seeing none. So do I have a motion to, okay,
I want to pull number 9.
okay, the consent calendar, you're off. Okay. Yeah, the item number 9, we will get to that, so it's part of the agenda. So seeing that we have none for the consent calendar, do I have a motion to approve item number? Can I? Sorry. Seeing that we have, okay, so we have a motion to approve item number 1, 3, 4, and 5. Do I have a motion? Motion by Sabrina. Do I have a second? Second by Kathy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. So now we can move on to item number 2. Sabrina motion and Kathy second. Uh-huh.
Excuse me, we have Reagan here from California Health Collaborative, and she wanted to give a little bit more information about the program. Is that okay?
That's number 5.
On the, so then we need to pull that item, then we would have to pull it. Okay, so let's do number 2 and then we'll have her say something. That's fine.
So the only question for number 2 I had was, these minutes were way before we were in for November 17th and December 8th. And I just wanted to make sure, is it okay if we vote on that or is it not okay?
You should
I just want to
abstain
make
from
sure.
that.
I should abstain. That's what I wanted to make sure I get clarification on that because I didn't want put my name on something that I wasn't there. So that was my question. So
Oh,
I'm sorry?
yeah, there's enough.
Yeah, 3. There's 3 of us.
so that was my only discussion for that part.
Okay, so then, since you're, did you have it? Let me just do number 5. So for item number 5,
Good evening, Parlier City Council members and community members. My name is Reagan Caldwell, and I am a project coordinator with the California Health Collaborative Youth Rise Project. I'm here today with one of my colleagues who I will let introduce themselves, as well as a REACT, Regional Advocates Countering Tobacco Youth Advocate.
Hi y'all, I'm Isabel Rivera. I'm the Youth Engagement Coordinator. I work directly with the youth at Parlier Junior High School, Parlier High School, and San Joaquin Valley High School.
Hi, my name is Joanna Mejia. I've been part of this REACT for like 3 years, and I am a REACT Youth Coalition member.
So just a little bit about the Earth Day event before we get into it. I'm really excited to be able to share this space with you all, finally, as we are a new project in the community. Really quickly, a little bit about the California Health Collaborative is that we are a statewide nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the health and well-being of California residents. Over the last 20 years, we have successfully implemented tobacco prevention programs across the state, one of which being REACT, and another being our own Youth Rise, which stands for Resources That Inspire, Support, and Empower. We are a DOJ grant-funded program, which was created in collaboration with Parlier Unified. We work very closely with Lydia Martinez with Parlier Unified to deliver services to Parlier youth, school administrators, and parents. So I have Isabel here to talk a little bit more about Youth Rise.
Yes, just real briefly. The way our program works is that we operate in 3 different levels of supporting youth through tobacco prevention and reduction education. The first being that we work directly on campus, so it's a bit more general for all the youth around to receive healing-centered engagement opportunities and a way to prevent substance use in campus. The next being, if it's a little more one-on-one with youth, it's direct education, as well as providing them skills to build up resiliency and those support systems, as well as finding ways for them to create their own agency in connecting with cessation programs. And then finally, we host a community-wide support system for youth, where it's our task force that with the goal of collecting community voices and their suggestions on ways we can better support Parlier youth when it comes to tobacco use and substances on campuses. And with that, I'm going to have our youth advocate talk a bit more about that.
Feel free to move the thing.
As I mentioned earlier, my name is Joanna Mejia. I am a senior at Parlier High School. And as I mentioned earlier again, I've been part of this coalition for about 3 years. And I've learned how tobacco affects young people like me without even realizing it. And for example, the amount of e-juice flavors on the market are the reasons why young people vape to cope with anxiety and stress. It is also really easy to access tobacco products where I live, near my school, and as well around the community. And it is due to there being so much availability of tobacco, there's also a lot of litter polluting our green spaces, which I actually have a picture of it polluting our green spaces. It's a ladybug near a cigarette butt. I'm not saying that ladybug isn't important, but imagine it was our fur babies, like dogs, cats, or even worse, what about like our children? Or even just teenagers like me. I mean, other teenagers like me might not understand this issue, but yeah. That ladybug, even if it's just a ladybug, it's important to nature. It's part of the green spaces. And how I mentioned earlier, I don't think the ladybug isn't important, but if it was people like me or people smoking or just throwing it on the ground, it could bring fires, or just people with asthma, it could even hurt their lungs even worse. Yeah. And I lost my paper. Young people like me deserve clean places to play, learn, as well as grow that are free of tobacco. And celebrating this Earth Day puts a spotlight on the importance of not just learning about tobacco usage, but also taking care of our environment. Worldwide, it's estimated that 1.6 billion pounds of cigarette butts end up wasted each year. This Earth Day event will give Parlier families the opportunity to learn how we could keep our parks clean from tobacco waste while gathering together to celebrate nature, which is the Earth Day event we're making.
Thank you so much, Joanna. So in addition to healing-centered engagement, which is what you heard from Isabel, CHC has had an immense amount of support with our Parlier Task Force. The task force is made of school administrators, youth-serving agencies like Prodigy and Focus Forward, law enforcement, Adventist Health, and other community partners. We have been working all school year to provide opportunities for Parlier families to come together, to receive resources, and to learn more about protecting youth from tobacco products. The task force has had an amazing idea to create an Earth Day event, which Joanna touched on, which is another amazing way to bring people together, take pride in our parks by learning how to keep them clean, and celebrating the Parlier community. Attendees will also understand the importance of accessing safe and clean green spaces, which promotes mental, physical, and overall health and wellness. Thanks to Sonia and Eva's support in getting this event on the calendar, we can help make this idea a reality. But we can't do it without the support of Parlier City Council in allowing us to host this event, as well as getting the folks to come out and enjoy the celebration on April 22nd at Earl Ruth/Heritage Park. The task force has created a tentative event flyer, which we are still finalizing, but essentially we will have an educational component, raffles, a resource fair, and a tobacco litter cleanup. We are hoping to get connected to a vendor or existing organizations that may or may not be able to donate food. Another idea was having a space for young people to plant flowers in our parks, and we were requested by the task force to incorporate some type of activity involving agriculture. We would love to collaborate with each and every one of you or any other resource connections that any of you might have for this Earth Day event. I will be emailing all of the council members of our next city community task force meeting, which will be taking place in March. So I'm really hoping to have all of your support in getting people there, getting the resources out there, and really just celebrating our environment and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We need a vote on the item number 2. So do I have a motion to approve item number 2? Motion by Sabrina. Do I have a second? Second by Kathy. All those in favor? Say aye.
Oh, she has to do a roll call.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
Yeah, she's gonna have to take a roll call.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, no, you can't even say aye.
That's why I wasn't saying it. I was
Can you please do a roll call vote, please?
Whoa.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain?
Abstain as well.
Okay. Motion carries 3 yes and 3 abstentions. Thank you. Okay, so we can move on to the next item, which is regular business. Sonia? No, that was already approved.
Okay, next item is the consideration and necessary action to appoint a trustee from the City of Parlier onto the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District Board of Trustees. So, once again, we are bringing this item back, and the mayor has recommended that the council approve the appointee that she has brought forward, which is Trinidad Pimentel, to the Mosquito Abatement Board.
Thank you, Neil. I'm just going to call on Neil.
Mayor, members of the council, there was a couple of legal issues raised, I believe, and I just wanted to address both of those. The first is why it is that the mayor is the one that makes the appointment of the person subject to the approval of the city council. That's simply because you have an elected mayor, and under Government Code Section 40603, that means the elected mayor makes all appointments to all boards, commissions, and committees. And we follow the same process that, for example, Congress and the president follow when the president nominates a judge to a court. The Congress gets to, or the Senate actually, gets to either approve or not approve it, but they don't get to appoint a person in the event that they don't want to appoint the person that's been appointed by the president. It goes back to the president to either make a different nomination or not. So that was the one legal question that I understood was raised. Excuse me. The other legal question I understood was raised is whether or not appointment of a former council person to a public agency to serve as a board member or trustee in this case violates the what is known as the local government revolving door rule. And that basically is in Government Code Section 87406.3. That prohibits city council members, among others, for 1 year after leaving local government from representing any other person for compensation by appearing before or communicating with the city from which he left the council in an attempt to influence the city's decision in an administrative or legislative action. That is the rule. There is an exception to the rule, and in fact, that rule is stated in Subdivision A of Government Code Section 87406.3. There is an exception to the rule stated in the immediately following subdivision, which reads as follows. Subdivision A, which is that rule we just stated, does not apply to an individual who is, at the time of the appearance or communication, a board member, officer, or employee, or another of another local government agency, or an employee or representative of a public agency and is appearing on behalf of that agency. So there's no impediment to appointing somebody who was formerly a city council person to a public agency, and in that capacity as a board member on the public agency, he or she is free to communicate with this council, with the city in general, relative to anything of interest to that public entity, as long as he's acting on behalf of the public agency on which he or she is a board member. It's basically a function of the way California operates. You'll notice that I think all, except for one, of your Board of Supervisor members became Board of Supervisor members at the time they were sitting city council members. That's the case with respect to Brandau, Magsig. Buddy Mendez was a board member on a community services district at the time he was elected. So there's no impediment from going from one public agency to another, whether you're elected or appointed, and that 1-year rule does not apply. That rule exists for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to prohibit lobbyists from leaving a governmental agency. For example, we have a developer who has a matter on your agenda tonight. It would be prohibited by that rule if Council Member Solorio, for example, left the council and became a advocate for that particular developer and appeared before you in exchange for compensation from that developer in an attempt to advocate for that developer's project or whatever he has before you. It's simply a matter of prohibiting the advocacy on behalf of a private person. Public entities are completely different. So that's those are the two legal issues I needed to address, and the rest of it is up to you all.
One other example would be when Melissa Hurtado was sitting on city council in Sanger and ran for Senate.
Well,
And you have Esmeralda Soria.
Is now on the assembly. Solorio could easily come back if she had some business as an assembly person and address the city council of the city of Fresno. There'd be no impediment to that, even though she's getting paid as an assembly person.
Yeah, it's like here too, council that ran for mayor. You're still sitting in that position and you run for mayor. You take, let's say they won that position, and so they take the seat as a mayor and leave their position as council.
That's correct.
So that does not apply, and I understood that. So if there's any questions from the council in regards to those two legal concerns, we can ask Neil. Do we have anybody? The council first, and then I'll open for the public.
I have nothing against, I would vote for Mr. Pimentel, but the situation is that in our conference that we had in LA for 3 days, it extremely explained to us that if someone that leaves office has to wait 1 year before they come back. So I don't know if they were lying, who's lying, or what's going on. So I would like to research it better because I don't want to go against the law. But that was in our conference, exactly what they said.
So then, one thing that I may add. So then, Melissa Hurtado broke the law. Nathan Metzag, he broke the law.
If I may, those conferences, we have a city attorney conference, And the curriculum you folks get at those conferences is put together by the city attorneys. And at our conference, the primary item of business there is for us to vote on alternating curricula, which is constantly updated because everything changes. What you are given at those conferences is the bare bones minimum information about what the law is, okay? They don't tell you what the exceptions are. They don't tell you that there is other law out there that operates on the law that you're learning about. And the whole purpose of this is simply to give you enough information so that you're able to spot the issue when it arises. Because a lot of these things, like conflicts of interest and things like that, those fall back on you personally. You can be fined, for example, for acting or taking a vote on a matter in which you're financially conflicted out and required to disqualify yourself. So we want you to be able to identify the problem. How many times did they tell you at that conference that if you had a question, what you should do is ask your city attorney? I bet they told you that literally every time somebody raised a question, because that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
The law is a very complex thing, and there is no possible way that we can teach you within a day or 2 days or 3 days. I went to school for 21 years. I took a bar examination. I've been a lawyer for 37 years. Nobody's lying here, Kathy.
Yes.
So
I'm
what I'm telling you, right here in the statute, which I have a copy of right here, and that's the language. It states the rule in subdivision A. And in subdivision B, it says that rule doesn't apply if it's a board member of a public agency, period. So that's what the law is. And it's just, it's unwarranted to rely on that rule for the purpose of voting against it. It just doesn't apply here.
Okay, can you explain this to me? Government Code 87406.3, a copy attached, right? It says, prohibits city council members, among others, for 1 year after leaving local government office representing.
Keep reading.
Okay. Now, go ahead and tell me, because you gave us...
Reading the rest so that way they...
You're reading from my
Well, yeah, it
memorandum.
gives that. This is what I'm telling you. I understand.
States the
Excuse me.
rule.
I'm talking. I understand that. I do. But and then it turns to say that they could run. So it's contradicting. We just want to figure it out. That's all.
That's why he's trying to explain it to you, Kathy.
There's no contradiction.
Okay.
There's no contradiction. If you
And
look
I'm
at
not-
the rule, it says you are prohibited from 1 year from representing a person for compensation and influencing the council or the city in an administrative or quasi-adjudicative decision. That's what the rule is. Public entities aren't even persons, number one. You are not acting as a lobbyist, which is what this is aimed at. You are not representing a public agency for compensation for the purpose of influencing a decision of a city council if you are appearing on behalf of a public agency of which you are a board member. And that is exactly the language of subdivision B of the very statute that you just quoted from subdivision A. It says subdivision A does not apply to an individual who is, at the time of the communication, a board member, officer, or employee of another local government agency. A mosquito abatement district, by definition, you have to go to the definitions that are part of this statute. This statute is part of a larger act. They don't teach you these things at your conference. All they teach you is the bare minimum so that you can spot an issue and ask the question, is this prohibited? So it's perfectly legitimate to be asking the question. But I'm reading to you from the actual statute, which makes clear.
To us. Mm-hmm.
Which makes clear that it doesn't apply in this precise situation. If Mr. Pimentel were appointed, he would be a board member of a local government agency. And the rule says, the law says, it doesn't apply.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Wouldn't it have been easier just to have him appointed and not have to do the votes? Because according to what I understand, it doesn't matter what we say because the mayor can appoint.
It does matter what you say.
Well, we're voting, yes, because,
She appoints.
yes, I understand
But
that.
it's subject to your
To his-
approval.
Yes,
okay?
but, I mean, it's nothing against you, Trino. We've known you for a long time. The thing is, we had already voted, and now we came back again. But during that time, we were asked to recommend, to give names, not even recommend, just give names that would like to be on this board.
Who asked you that? Because I don't recall ever asking you that.
No, you didn't, but Sonia did.
But Sonia doesn't make the appointment.
Well, no.
No, she
wasn't making an
doesn't.
appointment. She wasn't making an appointment.
Or suggestions. It would be who.
Wouldn't it just be easier if you appoint? I mean, I don't have a problem if you appoint. If that's all we have to do. Hey, I mean, by all means.
He explained it at the beginning that it would be whoever I select, and then it comes to vote. That's it. Sonia doesn't make the recommendations or picks whoever. It would be if it's Trino, if I choose Trino, or if I choose somebody else, it's whoever I chose. If you guys vote on the people that I selected. If you don't want to vote for him, then that's your choice. But it's still.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Please be quiet, Humberto. The outburst from you all the time is a constant problem.
Hold on.
No, you will have your turn once I bring it to the public. So you need to wait your turn.
Please wait.
Comments you need to refrain yourself from making comments from
Thank you.
from here in a loud manner. So if you want to approach the bench, please raise your hand. They'll address you and you can approach the bench. Please.
I haven't opened it to the public yet.
We haven't finished it.
You do want to maintain the civil order.
We haven't finished.
You have voted already.
Yeah.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
to answer your question,
Yes.
the process.
Let's be
is-
respectful, and Janie was still trying to finish her comment. So you need to have a seat. Once I open it up for the public, then that's when you can go ahead. You can stand over there if you want, but we need to let her finish.
The process is simply prescribed by law. The mayor makes the appointment, and they call it an appointment simply because that's the language they use.
Yes.
It's the same language they use when the president does it, by the way.
Yes, I understand all of that, Neil.
So-
Excuse me, I understand all of that. I'm just saying, okay, so this is just, okay, we already voted once. We're gonna vote again for the same thing that we already voted, right? So why do we need to vote if the mayor, if we're gonna bring if we say no again this time, I'm not saying we are. I'm not saying we are. If we say, let's say we do, for example, the votes are no again, are we gonna bring it back again the third time or the fourth time?
I
That's
understood
my,
there was.
that's my.
Neil,
There
Neil,
was some reason
Neil.
to bring it back.
The
I don't
reason
know what
it's
that
back is because there was two questions that were raised that you just identified at the beginning. One of them was the legality of waiting a year. That was one. The second was, what was it?
That's my understanding.
The language.
As to why we were bringing it back.
Yes.
Because we understood there was some confusion and I wasn't clear the first time. So we're bringing it back for that reason. So to answer your question, if you vote it down again, no, it won't come back. And it would be up to the mayor to make a different
Appoint somebody
appointment.
else.
And to bring, or not to make a different appointment if she so chooses.
Well, my understanding is we have to have somebody on that board. We have to have it.
Well,
'Cause what was
the
said, okay.
mosquito abatement district has
Yeah.
to have somebody on that
But
board.
to represent Parlier, my understanding, what I was told, was we need to have a representative from Parlier. That night when it was voted no, it was, Mayor said, Neil,
Then it's nobody.
Alma.
The reason why, because it doesn't seem,
You can't. It has to be from Parlier.
the thing is that it doesn't sound like we're gonna agree, and that's
No, you
my
shouldn't say that. You don't know
well,
yet,
because
Mayor.
that's who I think that should be there, because he has the experience of being on a school board, he has the experience of being on council, he has the experience. You want me to look for somebody that has zero experience so they can learn and possibly make mistakes of deciding on things that they don't know over there. When it comes to decisions of public safety, you want someone that's knowing what to do. You want a qualified person. You want an experienced person. It's almost like a job. You're not going to go hire somebody that has zero experience and hopes that they do the right thing, or hire somebody that has the experience. That's the difference between on how what I would like to see representing us with a person that's qualified. We had a person that was there for many, many years. He was very qualified because he understood it. That's why he always got appointed. Always, because you want the experience there. If not, when I came in as mayor, do you think I had to appoint him there? No, I didn't, but I saw the qualifications of his expertise as being on that board. So I continued to appoint him into that position, into that board. I didn't take him out of it because he had the qualifications, but it was up to me still. But we still continued to have him because of his experience, and he retired now.
But of course,
And-
the
and
more he
that
stayed there,
mosquito
the more he
abatement
stayed
district
there, the more
covers-
experience he got. It's just like us. We are new to the council. We are new to the council. We are learning as we're going, and we appreciate everybody.
But this
that
is
has
health
helped
and
us.
safety.
But this is how we've learned, the same way you did. I know that when you started as a mayor,
I had experience, and I had experience in government. I've worked in government for many years. Yes, whether you want to accept it or not, I've had. I don't have to be a mayor to not know the government, how government works. I've been employed for many years working in government, so I do know the process. That's the difference. When you don't know anything, then yes, it's a learning experience, and you make mistakes that way. Do we want to do that? Do we want to risk that just because some people might not accept the fact that they want that person because it's not who they want, or appoint the person because he's qualified and not take it personal and make it about, I don't care for him, or I don't think he should be there, I want somebody else. You should want somebody that's qualified. That's what you should want.
The mosquito
well, we
abatement.
do want somebody, I do want somebody that's qualified. I'm not saying Mr. Pimentel is not qualified. I'm not saying he's not experienced. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to be fair to all the community, to all the residents that would like to be able to be on a city committee, to like to be able to give their input, how the process or how we're doing it. I mean, like I said, I know Trino has experience. I know he's had a lot of in the school board, in the city. I'm not doubting that, and I'm not even questioning that. I'm just saying, why can't we give opportunity to some of the other citizens from Parlier? When I said it last time, I was told I don't know anybody in Parlier that's more qualified. And I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying Trino's not qualified. I'm not saying he doesn't have the experience, because I've known him for a long time. And I know what he's done for our city, in the school and in the city. But I feel
And that alone right there should be a
have-
reason why you would want him.
Well, that's not
And,
why I'm
and,
not- yes.
and when you're saying a committee, this is not a committee. This is not a committee. A committee would be, yes, with community members. A board is different.
And this is the mosquito abatement district. It covers a vast territory.
Yes. And I know
They're
Joe
not-
Reyna did
they're
it
not
for a lot of
required to
years.
have a representative from Parlier. They're not required to have a representative from any city. They allow these places to appoint people from their jurisdiction. And they ask the mayor, or if we don't have an elected mayor in a particular city, they will ask that city council to appoint somebody.
Okay, well.
And
Sonia,
that's
I
just
mean,
what they
excuse me,
do.
but
And in your case, we have an elected mayor who has the authority to make the appointments. So if you want to suggest somebody else, the way to go about that is to try to persuade the mayor to appoint that person. Otherwise, it just isn't, and boards can have vacant seats on them because the appointment doesn't get made. Happens all the time.
Well, that is what will happen, because we do need to have someone there from Parlier. If we don't, it will be vacant, so.
Okay, so then do we have anybody from the public? That way we can
Not another city.
move on.
To be very honest, I don't know. My name is Humberto Gomez, 8607 South De La Cruz. And if you want to know what it is the only, actually it's the second street that we haven't put any Lurie seal on it in the whole colonia.
And on thing else?
I'm just telling you where I live. I'm giving you directions where I live.
Okay.
Okay? I don't know why Neil is coming back to discuss this issue. Neil, I had tell you how much respect I have you as an attorney. But since you came the first time that you came to this council by stating that you did a survey on the wages, all the mayors, all the city council members. Listen to me, Mayor. I'm going to speak very clearly. Si no te lo digo en español. Y él dijo que había hecho una survey viendo cuánto ganaban el mayor and city council members.
Are we on the survey for?
Wait a minute, Mayor. Let me explain.
Or are we
I'm
on
telling
the appointment?
I'm telling you that I don't know why he's going back to this vote. You already voted. And you're trying to convince them. I don't know where you guys got this issue about 2 questions.
Okay.
I don't know where. I was not there.
The council had those questions, and
I
that's
don't
why
know who
he
did
is
it
bringing
from
it to the council.
You already,
So,
Mayor, it's
thank
my
you.
time. It's my time.
Getting off track
Please,
here.
it's my time.
You're getting off track.
Because you don't want to hear that actually you basically lose your yes. You had to recognize that. Now you had to convince them.
And
They
that's why
already
we're
voted.
here.
They already voted that they don't. Tino is well qualified,
Yes.
very well qualified. But they're saying no. We want to have somebody else.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's what they're saying. So I don't know why you're going again with this vote. And as far as Neil, I'm kind of disappointed on you too, Neil.
Okay. Thank you. So
Mayor,
do we
just
open it up for the
Can answer
Sure,
his
go ahead.
question.
Well,
There-
you
there
did not
is-
let me. You did
excuse
not let me
me.
finish. She did not let me finish. Why?
Why?
You did a survey and you come saying this is what more or less they're making all the little
What
cities,
survey is he
and
talking
it's
about?
not true. He's working in Huron. Huron is not making $400, $750.
What are we talking
everyone.
about?
No, that's what I'm telling you. That's
Okay,
why I lose
we're trying to get the appointment here, so
Mayor-
you can
Mayor,
go ahead and have a
since-
seat, Mr. Humberto. Chief, please, can you?
If I may.
Yes.
There is no impediment to a city council reconsidering anything.
I know, but what survey are we talking about? Because I don't know what survey.
I don't know.
Okay, so then,
So, so in the spirit of not wanting to leave the seat empty, Janie had looked at other members.
we can
to recommend
discuss,
to you.
yeah, we can discuss it like in a closed session better. I don't want to do that business in public. It's not something that's on here anyway, so we can put it at the next meeting maybe and talk about it in closed session. So, so I wanted to make a motion to approve Trinidad Pimentel. And if I have a second, if I have a second, then, you know, I think that it's still good for him, because he is experienced. I don't understand why you guys don't want to put a person on the board that's experienced. You want someone that's not experienced, which I don't understand. But I make a motion, so if I have a second, there's no second? No? Okay. So then this motion dies again, and we'll see when we talk about it again, if it does come up. Because at the end of the day, it's still a decision that I have to make of who I feel that would be a good candidate for that. And as far as I know, it's just Trino, so we might have to wait till next year. Thank you.
First of all, thank you guys for at least considering the second time, Mayor. I know you have a lot of confidence in me, and I know that 50 years of serving this community. I started in 1972. School boards, city council, committees for recreation, from teaching kids how to play baseball to teaching them how to find a job. All I want to do, and when the mayor told me, I have a sick wife, I could be home. I don't need to be over here. I do this because I love this community. I've been here since 1948, since I was born. I served my community for 50 years. I played sports in high school. Everybody knows who I am.
Yeah.
The reason I took your recommendation, Mayor, is because I respect you.
Yeah.
I know the fine job you're doing, and I know you were doing the proper thing to, not for me and not for you, but for this community.
Yeah.
You guys have to understand that the safety of this community is very important. And the experience of a person being on these committees is very important. I'm not saying I'm the greatest. All I'm saying is that I have the background experience. I have always gotten out of my positions and keep attending and keep working for the community. I've seen a lot of people come and run for elections, and guess what happens? You don't see them no more once they lose. You know why? Because they don't have an interest in their community. I do. I have many family here. I have many friends here. And most of all, I am very concerned about the children. Because if we don't have the proper people in the proper places, we are going to lose our children. As you can see now what's going on. But anyway, thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate it. Board, you make your decision, and you know, I hope you guys get a person that's going to represent this community, and I'm not betting myself in the back.
Yeah.
Like I do. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate everything you've done, Trino, and I don't see anybody else qualified more than you, so to me, it's always going to be you. And if they support it, if they don't support it, then that's just the way it is. It's just going to stay vacant. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to the next item, and that will...
Next item is adoption of, where am I? Adoption of the resolution from the city council to award construction contract for the industrial waste monitoring station to Diwali Construction in the amount of $317,000, and authorizing city manager to sign the agreement. I know that I've spoken to the council members, and then one last question that I had that was presented to me by the council was regarding the funds, about the funds in the account to be able to cover the cost for the construction. I do want to inform the council that it was budgeted in this budget, and we don't have a deficit, and it is in the budget. We have in the budget set aside that 3 million for services and supplies for this budget year, and all that has been spent out of this budget year so far has been 77,000.
Okay, thank you, Sonia.
Have the funds to be able to cover it.
One thing I want to talk about is this item, because this item is coming for the third time. This item has been approved previously with the last council on this project. And this project is to monitor the water contaminants that are getting into our treatment center, so a treatment plant. So it's either we protect our constituents from contaminated water and monitor what these plants are actually putting into our water, our drains, or we get contaminated water, get fined $10,000 a day from the water board because we're doing nothing to prevent this. So I don't understand why it's back here for the third time when the project had been approved with the last council. All we have before us is a bid. Everything was budgeted for it. It came before the last council. We talked about the budget. It was in the finance. Ally had allocated the money for it. It's something that we could afford and we need to do, because if not, again, we're fixing our problem with the TCP that's in the water with the filtration system. And if we don't monitor these plants that possibly put ink into the drains and get out our a treatment plant, then who are we looking out for? Are we looking out for the best interest of our constituents, or are we looking out for businesses that are here to just do business and not care whether this stuff is getting into the water or not? That's where I'm kind of puzzled why we even have this coming for the third time to try to get this bid to pass. We had to extend the bid just to bring it back to council again. And this is why I tell everybody that it is important to get people that are gonna make decisions that are the best decisions for the community. That's what I always say. And that's why I thought of Trino when it was that board. But with this, I cannot understand why it would be a difficult item to approve when it's to protect the community, our drinking water. If you guys are not worried about that, then why do we even have a filtration system that we're working on to fix the problem with the TCP if no one's going to be worried about what we have in our water? So thank you, Sonia, that you actually brought those numbers, which to me was whether it was something that we had budgeted for or not. It's a necessity. It is something that we need to do. It is something that's coming from our state water board that is regulating this. And if we don't comply, the state comes down on the cities. And that's your taxpayers' money that's getting paid $10,000 a day.
Okay. That was mentioned at our last meeting. So on January the 19th meeting, I did ask for documents. I did talk to our city manager. I also spoke to our Deputy Public Works Director. I asked the questions because $317,000 is a lot of money, city money, taxpayer monies, that I'm a new board member. I am going to ask questions. I cannot have something just given to me the day before and you're surprised because I said no.
It's the third meeting. It's not the day before.
Excuse me.
Third meeting.
Okay, let you finish. Are you finished? Okay. The day we got sworn in, the project was put in front of us. We got it the night before. So we said no. I said no because I had not read everything and I had questions on it. It said we were being in violation, so I asked, why are we being in violations? How long have we been in violation with our drinking water, with the companies that we're talking about, which is Masco and Fowler Packing? Fowler Packing came to Parlier in October of last year. We're talking about January. The second time it came, we still were looking for documents. We had gone to talk to Fowler Packing. Fowler Packing told us we want to touch bases again. It's been a while since we talked to the city where we're at. That was done by Sonia. She went in, she talked to them. We're all in the same page again. Last meeting was said, it was gonna be literally our fault because we voted no, that we're gonna be charged $10,000 per day because we're in violation, which I asked for documents. There is no documents saying that we're gonna be charged $10,000 per day and we are in violation. So if we're not, why are we being told that?
Okay. Javier, can you do the presentation or part of the presentation that was done the last time? Javier is our engineer, and you, again, and he presented it to you. So then,
That's not what I'm saying, Mayor. Excuse me. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, we were told, all of you, whoever was seeing live stream during our council, it was said, we are going to be charged $10,000 per day because we're going to be in violation.
we're
because we're not
going
putting
to
these-
be in violation.
We are being monitored manually. We're still being monitored manually. Are we in violation?
That's why she said,
Are we going to be charged $10 a day? $10,000 a day?
No, well, right now, we're not in violation.
right, because we're not in violation right now, but so you're gonna wait till we are. This is the third, okay, Janie, this is the third meeting that you've asked the same questions, and the same questions had been answered to you by our Public Works Director, by our engineer, by Sonia Hall, by Neil, and we're still here again with this this item for the third time with the same questions. And that's what I'm saying about having an understanding of how government works. Doesn't mean that we are in the violation right now. But does it mean that we won't be if we don't fix the problem now? Yes, we will.
Then that's the way you should have said it.
I've been saying it.
Did not say it like that. Excuse
We're
me.
here the third time. So then everybody did not explain it to you, right?
I have a question for Javier, please.
So then everybody that's the expert did not explain it to you correctly. Javier didn't explain it to you correctly. Neither did the Public Works Director. Neither did Neil. Neither did Sonia. For the third time, nobody explained this enough to you to tell you this is where we're at. This is what we got to do. Fix it. We expect to follow the recommendations from our staff. And if we can't do that, we're not the experts. I'm not the expert. You're not the expert. They are the experts. So if they come to us and say, here we have this situation, this is what we got to do. Am I going to go and think now that I'm better understanding of what their job is? I know more than them because I have all these questions? No. In every board that I've been in, they all have their engineers, they have their attorneys, and guess what? We go based on what they recommend because they are the experts. 37 years of experience in going, to all the cities. You have engineers that have years of experience in going to college and learning what they need to know on how to fix these problems. I'm not the engineer, I'm not the attorney, but guess what? I am going to listen to our experts. If they say you need to do this because if not, this will happen, let's do it. Why are we going to wait to put the city in harm's way because I don't want to accept the recommendation? Why?
Can I have this question for Javier, please? Javier, on the filters that we have out there already, how many are working? How many have been connected?
I think you're talking about a different project. That's the TCP, right?
Filter
Yeah,
filter.
they're not connected yet. That project is set to start sometime in March, and it's going to be two-year project. So they won't be fully operational, but it'll be in construction for a few years.
That's a separate project.
Excuse me, I'm not done with my question. Thank you. My question was that how many are connected and how many are working? And I think that's a huge concern because that's where our constituents are drinking from their home. That's a huge concern.
That's a different project, Kathy. That's what I'm trying to say.
That needs to be connected.
This
For
is
you
a-
guys, excuse me, do you have the pad to do write-ups when we're supposed not to interrupt?
Write-ups?
Do you? That law was made, right, Neil? That we can't interrupt because we'll get cited?
We should avoid interrupting one another. talking
Exactly. Okay, thank you. All right, Javier, that's why my question was like that for the community and for the people in live stream. We have not connected those filters. That's important. That's the community where you guys are drinking water. And they're out there before election, what a great job, but they're not connected. That's our constituents' concern for them. That's where we should worry because they're opening their faucet and drinking from
Okay.
there. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
The thing that we're gonna clarify here, that's a total different project.
Can I?
Go
make
ahead.
an attempt to try to simplify things here.
Could you please?
We have this item on our agenda because the council that preceded you approved a project to install these monitoring devices on significant industrial users to determine what is coming out in terms of wastewater. Because we have to treat the wastewater, we test the wastewater regularly, we submit those test results to the Regional Water Quality Control Board. If they find a certain chemical or
You're getting too
solid
technical.
or something like that in the water
Simplify.
that they regulate and that they don't allow you to have in your treatment facility, they have the ability to fine you. And that's why the council originally approved this project to install these meters. At this point, all that's coming before you is we have taken a solicitation for bids, which we're required to do because everything we do that involves a capital project, we have to do it by competitive bid. And we have to award it to the lowest responsible bidder. So you're basically just carrying through on a project that was previously approved by the council that came before you. And what you're doing here, this particular item, if you just consider it the way it's supposed to be considered, it's really a ministerial matter. By that I mean it's a matter as to which you have very little discretion. You are required to accept the lowest responsible bidder for a project that you put out to bid. If you don't, that lowest responsible bidder can sue you for failing to conform to the competitive bidding laws. So, if we've got an issue here with the project as opposed to the bid, and you can't possibly have a problem with the bid because he's the lowest responsible bidder, then what you need to do is you need to revisit the original project. Thank you. Okay? So you don't want to vote no on accepting this bid under any circumstances, because that potentially gives rise to a liability for the city, all right? If what you want to do is to not have this project go forward, What you need to do is you need to make a motion to reconsider the approval of the original project.
Thank you.
And then we would bring back to you the original project as we presented it to the council originally. And what you will find is that the Regional Water Quality Control Board has a pre-treatment requirement for what they refer to as significant industrial users. A packing house is always a significant industrial user. Their pre-treatment requirements, which are included in your National Pollution Control Permit, NPDES permit, you are required to conform to federal regulations relating to pre-treatment requirements to the extent those are applicable to you. And they are applicable to you if you have a significant industrial user. And as I said, a packing house is always a significant industrial user. Because even though this is organic stuff, they wash it, and the stuff that washes off of there creates biological solid, they have a name for this stuff. I don't know what it is. But they will ultimately fine you. And trust me on this. I've got experience in this. I had a client that was fined $1,036,000, and I had to take that to court, and I ultimately got it overturned not until I got into the Court of Appeal. Okay? And I got it overturned on a technicality. They still gotta comply with those pre-treatment rules.
But-
That
no,
water board will not hesitate
So-
to fine
so-
you. So I'm just telling you.
What we need to do.
If you don't want to move forward with this,
With the project.
please don't just reject the bid, because that's problematic.
Well, let me explain though one thing though. We have 2 grants with the State Water Board. We've got the grant for the TCP, and we've got the grant for our wastewater treatment plant. 2 large, very, very large grants. Both of them require us to have these. Both of them require us to be in compliance. So regardless, we have to do this at some time. We have to.
At some time.
At some time.
Yeah.
The longer we wait,
The
the more
more-
expensive it becomes.
So-
Prices go up. So
Let me just, let me
I
just,
never got to finish what I was saying. I gave you guys all your times because I don't want.
okay, it's just a bit, is that, I know, look, we have a public hearing that I know a lot of you are probably here for the public hearing. Are you guys here for a public hearing?
no.
I
No?
just need to say
So-
a few words. I was cut off. I didn't get
I
to
just,
finish.
because the public hearing would probably take a little longer.
Let me just, well, if you would give me a chance to finish.
Okay.
I let you talk, so I want to be courteous because I was talking and you started talking, so my thing is, it's not that we're not knowledgeable, it's not that we don't ask questions or we don't know what's being asked. It's just that when somebody says something, when it's said, we are gonna be in violation, we are gonna have to pay $10,000 per day, I'm gonna ask questions.
Of course.
I'm gonna ask questions because if we're doing that, then we should have done it a long time ago. Like I even told you, Neil, the day of our swearing in, when you came to me and you told me about this, I even said, okay, if the prior board had already done this, they knew the project, they knew the bids, they knew what it was gonna contain, why didn't they approve it before we came in? Because I would have done that, but.
It's a process.
The main-
We
It was
did.
because of and
that-
I understand that. It was because of the bids.
Yeah.
I
So,
understand that.
so,
Because the bids came in.
let me
Yes.
just say this for point of clarification. Let me just say this because you're not understanding. It's still back to that again. The point of clarification here is that in government, there is a process. You don't just say, okay, this is what it is, and we're gonna go get a bid, and then you go and approve everything. It is a lengthy process. The thing is that when it was brought to the council, of these problems that we were facing. That's staff. So if you want to say why staff didn't bring that to us, then maybe you should ask staff.
The main-
Because we are not the experts again. We are not the ones that are working at Public Works, at the wastewater treatment plant. We are not the engineers. We are not the attorneys. They bring the issues to us, and the board moves on those issues. So this is why I keep saying we got to move past the same question over and over for 3 meetings. He answered it. The Public Works guy answered it. I don't understand why we can't move past
The reason why
this.
we're doing it now is because we just got the grant.
I get it,
Got the
Sonia.
grant, and
So we need to
Neil-
get past that so we can move this along.
do it because that's part of our steps of compliance.
I get that.
Only thing I wanted to say, but have not been able to say,
Go ahead.
because I feel like
Okay, well,
everybody's-
go ahead and say it, please.
We understand that, and I'm not saying we're not going to do it. I know we have to do it. I know that. I mean, come on, I'm not that dumb. I'm sorry to say, but I know we have to do this. Eventually, we have to do this. And but don't tell us we're going to be in violation. We're going to pay $10,000 a day. I mean, $10,000 per day.
Per day, yeah.
When it's not true. Because right now
it's not true.
It's not true
Because
right
we're
now.
trying to prevent that.
Okay,
That's what
yes,
you again are not understanding.
been doing that.
Okay,
Doing
I'm sorry, but we need to get past this. If we have anybody in the council, in the public that will have a question, do you have a question?
not-
I need to
we
really
have a-
get
Oh,
this
like
going
in
along.
So Neil,
Manually for a while.
We've been
Do
doing
we-
it manually for how long, Sonia?
I don't know.
When were we told
2000
that we were going to be in violation back in
2018.
2018 or something?
18.
So that's
We've
what
been doing it
that's all I'm
manually.
saying. Then we know.
Then
we understand.
staff
we-
lied or
That's,
what? Is
that's
that
what this water board does.
Yes,
They'll
it's
tell
like-
you, you have to do this, and they'll give you time to do it. But if you don't move along quickly enough, or if you do something
You have to
stupid
be in
like,
communication
just
with
give
them.
up on the whole project,
And we're
they
not going to do
will-
that. Of
they
course
will
not.
find
That's why, Neil, please.
And
He
those-
has a
those
question.
fine-
We got to move on. It's the same question over and
I
over.
had a question from
so
Councilman Garza.
so Neil, you had brought up the fact that this is the bid, but to resolution to bring back the actual project. Do we do it before the bid or after the bid?
Well, I would prefer that you didn't do that at all.
So if we
Because, hopefully.
You said it was okay, so I'm just making sure that.
But, all I'm saying is this.
every time we go out to bid,
At
it
this
costs us-
stage where we're at, your only
just approve-
chore here is to determine whether or not the lowest bid is a responsible bid. If you determine that the lowest bid is a responsible bid, you're required to accept that bid unless you do one thing. And that is to abort the project or send it out for new bids. Now, you've heard over and over again that we've got to have a pre-treatment device, which is what this is. And it's just simply a device that tells us what is coming out of that facility. Once we know what's coming out of that facility, there may be other requirements, like requiring them to pre-treat what's going into our sewer before it goes into the sewer so that it doesn't create a problem for us. So, if you abort the project, what you're going to find is you're going to have to redo the whole thing, and you're going to be in the same spot, but the price you're going to get, given the inflationary circumstance we're in, is going to be more like $400,000. It's going to be a higher price. I don't know how much higher. And the whole question is whether or not there's a need for you to and I can't tell you whether there is or not. That's totally up to you. if you think there's a need for you to re-examine the original project, then by all means.
So that was my question. To revisit the project, does that when do I bring that back before we vote on this? Because obviously we're going to acknowledge that the bid was the lowest bidder, but we want to bring back the project so that we can talk about it as a council.
What you want to do, if what you wanted to do is to re-examine the wisdom of this project.
Correct.
What you want to do is you want to make a motion to reject all bids and to reconsider the original project approval.
That's a huge
what you
liability. Yeah, it's okay. Again, I'm just gonna keep repeating myself. I don't understand why it's a problem to monitor businesses that are potentially gonna harm our community. If we are not here to protect our community, then what are we doing here? So I think that we need to get past this already. It's the questions for 3 meetings in a row, the same questions.
But
I think either you vote in favor of it or not, and this is where it's gonna die. Either it passes or it doesn't pass.
I just want to hold on. I have one more. I just want to clarify that I am not here to harm the city. It just keeps being brought up that, we want to harm the city. We don't want to harm the city. We just have questions to make sure that I understand, Mayor, we can ask questions as much as we want.
You've had
We
one
can ask
meeting,
questions as
2
much as
meetings,
we want.
3rd meeting, and it's still the same questions, and I don't understand how we can get you to understand the importance of this project. So I just have one more person that wants to speak, and we need to take a vote, and that is it. After that, okay.
Once again, my name is Humberto Gomez, 8607 South de la Cruz. Water is my issue, but on this one, I'm going to be agreeing with the council mayor, with the ones that are disputing. Not the building, but who will pay for those stations? That's one. It seems to me the ones that are committing the valuations on the water, it will be the companies. So think about it. Also, by looking at the resolution, it doesn't say anything. All right? And so we're talking about valuations. The city did sign an agreement with the California Water Board that all the TCP work will be done by June of 2018. And today, look at the day that it is. We're still drinking water with pesticides. We got kids that we don't know, what is the limit that they can stand the TCP. So I'm 100%, but I'm with you. I think we forget about this one until we come back with all the information, because there's no information.
That would be on the 4th meeting, but TCP project is a different project that has nothing to do with this one.
I'm just talking about.
I have one other person
you're throwing the staff. Just let me add this: you're throwing the staff, trying to make the other council members that they don't care about the community. They care about the community. I care about the community. You care about the community.
Okay.
We got differences over how, but we really care, Mayor. You know that.
Thank you. I think there's one person that, I think, Trino, did you have a question too? Okay.
Hi, my name is Sandra Alvarez. I just want to get clarification because by my understanding, the project's already been approved, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so at this point, it's just whether or not this is confirming that this is the lowest bid.
Right.
So there's city council members that are arguing about questions about the project, but it's already been approved. The question is whether or not this is the lowest bid. So I'm not understanding why this is an issue, and I feel like it's on YouTube. And the project has already been approved. The project's not the question whether or not this is the lowest bid.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Go
ahead. There was a question brought up, Trinidad Pimentel, 305 Fifth Street, Parlier, California. There was a question said that, and we understand you're not trying to harm the community, But this is exactly my question. This is exactly my concern. Is putting people out there. Can you imagine if I was to go back and try to overchange everything previous councils did, overturn all? We would be here forever. But Diego, I know you're not trying to harm the community. Nobody's trying to harm the community. But based on this thing, the lady just said it. It's already been approved. All they're trying to say is this is the lowest bid. And by going back and revisiting this again, what did you say, Neil? It's going to cost us more. Let's just look at the park. We put the park was approved in 2012. We didn't build it to 2018. And it went from 2 million point seven to almost $4 million. Why? Because inflation. And this is what happening every time we make decisions. It's already been made. All you have to do is say, yes, at the lowest bid, and yes, Janie, it is tax dollars money. Unfortunately, everything that the city does is from taxpayer money. And we don't get things cheap. Not anything is given to us. We understand that I'd like to get it for $100, but that's not going to happen. So based on our professionals that are doing their job, and they're bringing that information when we were there, that's what we base our decisions on. I didn't have to sit up there for an hour and discuss these things. I had already discussed them with Sonia, with the attorney, with the mayor, whoever I had to talk to, our engineers, when it came to something. When I came here, I came prepared to do a job. They told me, you don't talk, you don't say that. Why do I have to talk if I already know the answers? And this is the thing that this council needs to start learning, is that we need to come prepared to the city council meeting. And I know you're new. I was new too. Fortunately, I had been in the school board. I had been in other committees that I came already prepared to do what needed to be done. But we want to say we appreciate you guys for running, wanting to be up there, but also be sensible and be, that these things have to go through. We cannot be going, like I said, can you imagine me going back 10 years and trying to change everything that they did? It's not feasible. It's not, and like he said, if you do that, at the end, you're going to end up paying the piper. The taxpayers that's where the taxpayers are going to start. And I would like for any of you, if it doesn't go through or something happens, to explain to our community why you're paying $10,000 a day when you didn't have to. And that doesn't mean that it has to, if we do it the right way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public? So that way we can move on this item. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve item 7?
Motion.
Motion by Sabrina. That's resolution number 2023-03. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Diego. Roll call. Vote, please.
Can I also, 1 second, can I also make it the resolution just to bring it back so we could discuss it?
No.
I'm asking Neil.
It's done. Once it's,
We
you vote on it.
can put, if you want to call me after the meeting and ask me to put something on the agenda, I will get it on.
Thank you so much.
It's for discussion or for action that you wanted?
We want to discuss, I need to get the details from him.
What is wrong with me asking, Kathy? Roll call, please. Yes.
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 Okay, 5 yeses, motion carries. Thank you. Let's move on to the next item.
Okay. Next item is adoption of the resolution to accept the completion of Sequoia Walkway. Javier?
Yeah, so I kind of told you guys the process last time. We bring a project for approval first, then we design it, then go out to bid, and then bring the bids for approval. To be awarded to the lowest bidder. After that, the last process is the project closer and accepting the project into the city. And that's what this is in front of you today, is just accepting the completed project for Sequoia Walkway.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions from the public? What is the Sequoia walkway?
I don't think
It's
people-
right. It's right on the side of Maxco, right? Do you want to explain where it's at?
Yeah, essentially it's 4th Street. The alley behind Maxco. That used to be a dirt path. Kids walk to school in it. It'd be muddy and everything getting to school, and the council at the time approved the project to turn that into an actual trail.
It's a trail. It's a real pretty trail.
Yeah.
No, that's what I want to get there in my mind, that it wasn't.
So do we have any other questions? That way we can kind of.
Just real quick, we're just accepting that it's done.
It's
Yes.
done.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, we've inspected
Anybody
it.
from the public?
Javier, I did have a resident that lives right there, and maybe we can talk about it afterwards.
Yeah, sure.
They had a concern.
Okay.
about how the walkway, like, I guess on the side, it kind of goes up towards their fence. And apparently she was in her living room, and she looked out her back door, or her back door, and somebody had popped up over the fence. I guess because like how it's up, kind of, so they can like be up there, and they can see over their fences. But I mean, it's a beautiful walkway. But yeah, maybe-
There's a minimum. City standard has a minimum wall height. We can go out there and measure, make sure it meets the minimum.
Yeah, and I told her, I think it's because it goes up, so it's easier for them to like stand on the top, and they just look over their fence.
If you maybe later you guys can show me where it's at, I can go check it out.
So do we have any questions from the public? No? Okay, so do we have a motion to approve item number 8?
Motion.
I motion to approve.
Resolution number 2023-04. So who motioned first?
Motion to approve.
Diego, and you did?
No, Diego and Kathleen.
Roll call vote, please. Yes.
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 Okay, motion carries. Now we move on to item.
Number 9. Item number 9 has. We'd like to table that item, Mayor.
You want to table it?
Yes.
There's more to be.
Yes, we do have some things we want to change or fix in there, and then bring it back.
Okay. So
item number 10, consideration necessary action on adoption of mitigated negative declaration and approval of revised conditional use permit for Prodigy Square commercial development. Yes.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Jeff O'Neill, City Planner. Nice to meet the 2 new council members. Hi. What we have before you tonight is a public hearing to consider revisions to a project that the City Council originally approved in August of 2021 that consists of a commercial development at the southeast corner of Manning and Academy Avenues. The council took several actions in 2021 that included amending the city's general plan and amending the text of the city's zoning ordinance to facilitate a conditional use permit for a gas station and some related uses at the site. The applicant slash owner has since revised the project to include some additional property to the east that he has acquired. So the project size has expanded from around 3.5 acres to about 5 2/3 acres. And Bertha's working on, oh, there's the site plan right there. If you want to zoom in on the actual portion, the rest of it's not super relevant. So what's being proposed currently consists of a 2-story building that would have a mini mart on the ground floor, along with a quick serve restaurant, and then office space on the second floor. A 12 gasoline pump automobile fuel canopy, 4 diesel pumps, a drive-through car wash with vacuum area, a standalone quick-serve restaurant right on the corner of Manning at Academy with a drive-through, and then just under 5,000 square feet of retail space at the far eastern side of the property there. And on this particular site plan, that highlighted yellow piece of property is only highlighted to indicate that it is not included in this project. It's not under ownership by the applicant. So all of the uses that are being proposed are allowed in the C5 zone district, which is the city's general commercial zone. There are a number of findings that the municipal code requires the council to make prior to approving a conditional permit, and staff believes that all of those findings can be made. The project was required to be reviewed under the California Environmental Quality Act, as was the previous version of the project. The differences between the two projects were such that we did need to redo the environmental review. The only potentially significant impact that was identified through our analysis related to generation of greenhouse gases, and those were estimated using the very popular Cali EMOD air quality and greenhouse gas modeling software. Essentially, the mitigation measures that would be imposed to reduce greenhouse gas impacts to a less than significant level they're included both in the CEQA document and in the staff report. They involve a combination of not using natural gas on the site for any of the restaurant facilities or water heating, that sort of thing. Rather than creating electric vehicle capable spaces, they would have to be electric vehicle ready. And then the applicant could purchase air credits for cooking equipment. And with the previous version of the project from a couple of years ago, that was one of the mitigation measures included at that time. So staff did circulate the CEQA document as required by state law through the state clearinghouse, as well as filing the requisite notices with the county clerk. We did receive 2 comment letters, one from the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District and a second from the County of Fresno, and I will pass those out to the council and generally go through them. There are a couple of copies here available if the public would like to peruse them. So by and large, the Air District comment letter indicates several different what are called rules or regulations of the Air District that the project will be required to comply with prior to and during operation, all of which are standard. And they did make a recommendation that due to the fact that there would be diesel trucks on site, that the city redo the health risk assessment component of the air quality analysis. So we did that and essentially came to the conclusion that even including the enhanced diesel generation that the Air District pointed out, that the impacts to air quality and greenhouse gases would still remain within the less than significant category with mitigation measures imposed, so that nothing additional was required, and the determination that we made in our environmental document was still appropriate. Similarly, the letter received from the County of Fresno indicated several items that the project would be required to comply with, such as complying with county health department requirements for food preparation. If alcohol sales are proposed, they need to obtain licenses to sell alcoholic beverages, which is actually something that the city controls, not the county. So that's an interesting comment. That plans need to be submitted to the county regarding abandonment or installation of underground fuel tanks. and similar things that are always under the county's purview as a regional public health agency. The other substantive comment related to traffic generation, and in a nutshell, the county's comment regarding traffic was that the project could have significant effects on county road facilities. They wanted us to identify specific impacts to traffic facilities and develop feasible mitigation measures to reduce the impacts to less than significant levels. Interestingly, those comments primarily refer to traffic congestion and level of service that would necessitate street improvements on county facilities. But under the California Environmental Quality Act, we no longer consider congestion or vehicle delay. We only consider a new metric called vehicle miles traveled. And under the auspices of the County of Fresno's VMT guidelines, this project would be considered exempt from VMT review as a local serving retail facility of less than 50,000 square feet. So in a nutshell, neither the Air District's comment letter nor the County of Fresno's letter resulted in any substantive changes to our environmental analysis, and we can proceed with that as it was originally circulated. So, notice of this public, well, oh, it's gone. So notice of the public hearing was published according to both city requirements and state law. Related specifically to the public hearing notice, we did get a request from an attorney that represents a nearby landowner, and that entity wanted a copy of the site plan, which I provided, and I didn't receive any further comments. So I would be happy to take any questions from the city council, and request that then the mayor open the public hearing to get any comments about the project, and that the council then consider the resolutions as attached with a couple of modifications that I've made. Thank you. And I know, I realize, especially for the two newer council members, that I just used a lot of industry terminology and jargon that probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I'm also happy to help out with that.
Thank you.
Public hearing is now open. So anybody from the public who would like to approach the podium may do so now in regards to this project. There's no opposition, no questions?
I'm not opposing the project. In fact, as long as you take care of that owners on the other side and all the owners around the city. But what I would like to see is, you know, that I'm a firm believer that we need to grow that way, taking advantage of that corridor, the many corridor.
Okay.
Otherwise, somebody's going to take advantage and they are going to encroach us. You know, so I'm for the project 100%, and hopefully we can jump in the other side of that ditch eventually.
Good evening, Rachel Castillo. My concern, I don't know if it's been, I looked at the plans and where the main interest is going to be, on Academy or Manning. And if it's going to be on Manning, I'm hoping y'all will make a lane on the far right where most vehicles can merge as far right as they can before they go into the parking, because we know how busy Manning Avenue is.
Yeah, so good questions. So the way that the property was divided up several years ago, it accounts for, I guess there will be at least, well, is it gone? It's gone. The parcels were created to include specific locations for access, and I'm opening this up right now so I can look at it. There will be one, I guess we would call them one regular entry each. Well, there's one on Academy. There is a stub street called Progress Drive that exists within the industrial park, and a stub comes off of Academy. Ultimately, that will be a connected street, but this project will also have access off of that stub of Progress. And then it will have 2 access points on Manning Avenue. One that was built into the parcels, and it does include kind of an indented area, and then a second that's a little bit farther to the east. So there's a total of 4 ways to get in and out of the project. And then further, once other properties around it develop, there will be other points of ingress and egress where there's all interconnection within the properties themselves.
Okay. Progress, how many lanes are there currently, and will it be widened? And I think it should be.
So currently, there are no lanes on Progress.
Okay. It hasn't been.
It hasn't been built.
Okay.
It is intended to be at least an 80-foot wide street. And it actually gets wider at Academy because it's intended to accommodate truck traffic coming in and out of the industrial park. So it'll probably end up being, I would imagine, 1 lane in each direction, but with a lot of pavement. So with more than ample space for, large vehicles to get in and out.
Sure, but we also have to consider a lot of the traffic will be coming through Mendocino as well. From Mendocino to Progress to the shopping center.
That is possible, but there's no plans to increase the width of the built area of Progress from Mendocino to this site. That's built out from curb to curb, and it's not planned to be any greater than it is. But you are correct. There would be traffic coming from. Ultimately, there would be traffic coming from the east.
Right.
And if in the future. And I guess I could, and Javier could elaborate on this if necessary. The existing right-of-way of Progress Drive, as it's built within the industrial park, is enough to accommodate multiple lanes if there need to be in the future, and that could just be accommodated via creative striping, if need be. But there wouldn't be any plans to actually widen the amount of pavement.
See, that's my greatest concern. It's great that Parlier is growing, but we need infrastructure. Roads to be widened. Up here in this corner, what is that, Newmark and Parlier, where the roundabout's gonna be, that's great. But I also believe we also need a northern entrance, where the softball fields are, back in that area. Maybe that's something we can consider in the future, when we're gonna start growing that way, I believe, because we are, it's happening. And I believe that's our biggest issue, is the infrastructure. We need to start putting roads up. I hate to say it, but if we have to use eminent domain, so be it. But that's for future. Let's think about that, Council, Mayor.
Well, and on that note, largely, as the council is probably aware, development pays for that construction. The city generally doesn't have a large amount of street money they have money to do street projects, but not necessarily money to go out and acquire right-of-way and build major streets. Almost invariably, the development that necessitates those streets is responsible for installing it.
Great.
But your point is still valid. I'm not.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public before I close the public hearing and bring it to council? No? Okay, this public hearing is now closed. And council, Diego?
I just had a question. Would the fumes of the gas have anything that'll mess up the property which I believe is Greenbrier, that's growing the marijuana? Would that affect anything?
The question is whether the gasoline fumes would negatively affect the. I wouldn't imagine that they do. I mean, not necessarily Greenbrier, but the ownership entities of those facilities were all notified of this project, so they did have the opportunity to express any concerns.
Jeff?
Who's talking?
Yes,
Mayor.
talking, I don't know. My question is, and I had asked the business owner about that, and at that time he had told me that there was not going to be a truck stop. So how big is this truck stop going to be in that area? And is it going to be on Academy, or is it going to be on Manning? Where is it facing? Because my concern is when you have a truck stop if it's a large truck stop where they all park, you're gonna bring a lot of activity there.
So his intention, and as it's been described to me both by him and by his representatives, are that the truck portion of the site is intended largely for fueling, and secondarily to provide parking area for local truck drivers, so that they can keep their vehicles there overnight, return to their homes, and then come back and get their vehicles, as opposed to staying in their vehicles. Correct. It's not intended for people to sleep in their trucks overnight.
Okay, that's good, because that's a big concern, and I know that some people seen the sign where it says truck stop in that corner. They're
Right,
asking-
which I talked to the applicant about that last year at some time, and that's what popped into my head as well. What are
Yeah.
you actually proposing?
So then it's solely for, which is good, because that's needed for there's a lot of truckers here.
Right.
And have a hard time finding a location to park. So I think that that's a good thing. If it's just gonna be for parking purposes and not sleep in those areas, because I know
Correct.
there is a lot of activity in those, you hear
Sure.
about things like that, and I don't think that it would be good for our community to bring that kind of business.
Yeah, and incidentally, the project will be required also to comply with the city's resolution regarding video surveillance. And so they'll be required to coordinate with the police chief about optimal locations for on-site video surveillance.
Okay. I have closed it for the public, but I'll go ahead. I'll let you go ahead, because I'm sure questions came up.
Mayor, he needs to come to the podium because we can't hear him.
I'm Fred Avila. I'm the person that designed the project.
Okay.
The intent of the truck parking facility was for, like I said, local truckers that they can park and they don't have to park in their city
Right.
street, and gets them out of, gets them there. They go pick it, they go back and pick it up.
That's good. I'm glad.
That was a misnomenclature on
The sign.
the sign. Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that it's just for our local community, because they do have a hard time finding parking.
Importantly, we don't currently allow a such thing as a truck stop, as it's
Okay.
commonly understood. If there was ever any intention to do that, it would have to come back before council, and we would have to have the full discussion about that kind of facility.
But that's right, and that's why I asked him,
Yeah.
because he had previously said that it wasn't gonna be that. Then that sign was up there, and people were asking me, hey, are you guys gonna do a truck stop? And, of course, not everybody's gonna be happy with that, but I'm glad that you clarified that, so now it's better for people to be able to park. I know that's a problem around here, so thank you. Any other questions from the council? Go ahead.
For the lease space, would those businesses be coming through the city or straight through the owner?
Yeah, so if, since that's an undefined building right now, if what they want to do, it depends on what they want to do. If they're just uses that are permitted by right in the C5 zone, they're just listed as permitted, they would essentially just need to get a business license. If it's say hypothetically, somebody wants to have and I'll just throw this out, a liquor store in one of those, they would have to come back to the city council to get a conditional use permit specific to that building on that site in order to operate that. But that would all, in one way or another, even if it's just a business license, those will come through the city.
Any other questions? So since we are done with the questioning, do we have a motion to approve?
And I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I do want to say there is no
There's
application.
no action on
There
this?
is no application for a liquor store. That was hypothetical.
Gave an example.
Pardon?
No.
There are 2 resolutions.
Oh, there it is. Okay, that's item number 11. So resolution number, I think it kind of conflicts with the other ones that we had.
Right? On number 10. Number 10 was the public.
Hearing, but the 11th is, what's the next numbers, Bertha? No, we already did 9. That's why it's So it should be 10.
No, 9 was number 9 was tabled. Agenda item 9 was tabled.
Agenda item 9.
So
It's, should be 8, no?
I think we already did the 8.
9.
Okay, then it,
9 and 10.
no, item 9 was tabled, the resolution number.
9 was tabled, not the resolution.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve resolution number 202309? What?
That's the same thing? The California Department of Housing, that's separate. That's different.
There's two different ones. 10 and 11
But the resolution's not on.
Oh, it's not on there.
No, because that's how they got it.
Oh.
Okay,
So-
so resolution number 202309 for number 10. So we have a motion?
Motion.
Sabrina? Diego, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. Now we go on to item number,
Is there 2 resolutions, Jeff? So we
what's
need
the other?
9 and 10.
Not resolution.
So we don't have the information, so,
There's one for CEQA, there's a second one for the conditional use.
okay, okay.
Because I listed it as the way you send it on the staff report, and it didn't say resolution, so that's why they.
That's why we're confused over here, because there's no resolution number, and it doesn't say for CEQA,
Son
and
of
it
a
doesn't
gun.
say for. So CEQA, which one is for the CEQA? Okay.
No, CEQA has to be the first one.
Okay, so,
9.
sorry, Dorothy, did you get that? The CEQA resolution has to be the 202309.
Yes.
It has 2.
But number 9 is CEQA, number 9 is CEQA, and number 10
Is the
Whatever he has, because I don't have the information.
conditional use permit.
This conditional use permit, yeah.
Okay.
So you need to vote for 10.
CEQA.
EQA.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Parlier
and the other
adopting a
one is
mitigated
10.
negative declaration prepared for the Prodigy Square Commercial Development Project as revised. That's 09.
No.
Okay.
I thought CEQA.
That's 09.
So read 10 to them, please, Jeff.
Okay. 10.
It's mainly
Got too many
Dorothy that
things
needs to
open
get
here.
that. Did you get that, Dorothy?
Just put 9 CEQA and 10 CEP, and we can go over. Just CEQA. We'll go over it. And 10 is the CEP, you're gonna vote on that, it's the conditional use permit.
Yes. So do you have a motion to approve? Motion by Sabrina and second by Diego. All those in favor? Motion carries 5 yes. Sabrina and second by Diego.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Next item is CalHome resolution. It is to adopt resolution number 2023-06, authorizing the submittal of the application to Housing and Community Development for the CalHome grant. And the CalHome grant is for first-time home buyer loans and owner-occupied rehab. So this is just to refill our coffers, basically. And right now, we do need that because we don't have any, we've basically pretty much ran out. We've got our new homes coming up, and we need that for the down payment assistance. And
Would
right
those
now,
guidelines come back to, for us to approve actually the,
we'll bring the guidelines back.
with the max amount that they can apply for? Because I know in the past, it would be a large amount, and so it would limit the amount of applicants.
Right now, the limit is 30,000, but we might actually have to raise the limit because of the house. The houses are so expensive right now. So
I think we
so
could bring it
30,000
back for.
We'll bring it back at
for
the next
discussion
meeting.
because depending the amount that we receive and how many are, because if, how many applicants you're gonna have, and you wanna help the most that you can versus a limited amount.
This time, instead of them letting us apply for 1 million right now, they're letting us apply for 2 because of the houses being so
Yeah.
expensive.
So, go ahead.
So so with this stuff being, we're applying again, how do we promote what's being offered through the city that they can come apply for?
It's the actual development.
That's the
they-
developer.
The developer, yeah.
Developers, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, so if you bring it back to us, because I would rather see, if we do 30,000, I think it's still good because you're still going to be able to get more people to apply.
Everybody.
And it's more people that can apply it versus a few, because that money will go fast. So I'm okay with that. If we could just bring that back once to get everything approved, and then we can go over the guidelines. Okay.
So we're not gonna vote on this one?
No, yeah, for when she gets it approved with the.
And I
state.
just want to say this will help out a lot of people. At the age of 25, I was able to buy my own home using this also. So I just want to say it helps out a lot.
I wish I had that. I had to do everything on my own. So do I have a motion for approval?
What resolution, Bertha?
06.
Yeah, that one's ahead.
Okay.
Second by Janie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes.
No.
No, Diego and
Janie.
Janie.
The next item is for discussion of implementation of the Municipal Code 2.04.020.
Mayor, members of the council, even though I'm recommending you take no action on this, I'm kind of pleased to be addressing it because it tells me I've got a new council member that has taken the effort to peruse and make himself familiar with our municipal code, which is quite an admirable thing. The question was whether or not under our ordinance 2.04.020, the mayor was required to appoint councilmen to various, in the words of the ordinance, committees. And I'll just read the ordinance to you because it's strange. This is a 1921 ordinance that was adopted by the voters. And so it's there and it's always going to be there unless and until you put on the ballot a vote to repeal it. But sometimes you have things in your municipal code that are lifeless derelicts.
Hold on, I'm sorry. It's just that I can't hear you, Neil. It's getting a little loud. Yeah. Is it possible? Could you, no, I mean, you can go and talk to, are you sure? Okay.
My apologies. Yeah.
It's just, Neil has a soft voice too.
So the ordinance reads as follows. At the beginning of each term, the mayor shall appoint councilmen to the following committees to consist of one member each, who shall be known as commissioners. Commissioner of Streets, Sidewalks, and Parks, Commissioner of Health and Safety, Commissioner of Light and Water, and Commissioner of Fire and Police. And there are two ordinances that basically operate off of this ordinance. The first one of those is 2.04.030. And it reads as follows. All business brought before the council shall be referred to the appropriate commissioner for his investigation, report, and recommendation in reference thereto before any action shall be taken thereon by the council as a whole, except when the business in question is of special urgency or of such a nature that it may be disposed of immediately. We've gone through the entire agenda here, and I believe on this agenda, and I believe on the agenda you had at your last meeting, there wasn't a single item there that you could identify as relating solely to light and water, health and safety, police and fire, or the other commission subject matter. They all kind of relate to the whole spectrum of everything. Like the project you just discussed, for example, the police department's involved in that. We have the fire district, verify that this is going to work for them as far as getting their equipment in there. If there's a fire, we have to provide light, water, power. So there, what you get coming before you are really kind of a mixture of all of those things, and it's very, very rare. In fact, I've never seen such a thing, where you could cubbyhole it as relating to a particular topic as these are set out. So there's a third ordinance that works off the first one, which is 2.04.060. And this one says the commissioners of finance, and you'll note that there is no commissioner of finance mentioned in the first ordinance that I read. Commissioners of finance, streets, sidewalks, and parks, and water and light shall constitute the auditing committee, who shall examine and approve all bills in writing before the same may be paid. So a lot happens in 102 years. And in 1953, they adopted the Brown Act. And the only way business comes before the council, in the words of 2.04.030, is that it appears on an agenda. And it's, properly published a certain amount of days or hours before the meeting, depending on what kind of a meeting it is. And that is literally the only way under the Brown Act that a matter can be brought before the city council, because everything has to appear on an agenda or you simply can't discuss it. So it is theoretically possible, I suppose, to conform to 2.04.030, but it would require 2 meetings on everything. And what you would have is the first meeting would be, okay, which commissioner do we refer this to? And you'd have to take a vote and refer to that commissioner. That commissioner would have to conduct his or her investigation and come back with a report and a recommendation for you. And then, and only then, would you be able to vote on the item to move things forward. And like I say, there's literally no items that fit in any of these cubby holes, simply because in 102 years, everything has changed. One thing that has changed with respect to the Commissioner of Fire and Police is that in 1990, I believe, maybe 86, we adopted an ordinance pursuant to a statute which allows it, appointing or establishing a chief of police and a police department, and vesting in the chief of police all the power to dictate what goes on relative to that police department, subject only to the authority of the city manager, which was created by an ordinance that we adopted in, I think, 1996, pursuant to statute, changing our form of government from a city council form of government to a city manager city council form of government. And the city manager now has all of the power, the administrative power of the city, and the city council exists for the purpose of providing direction and policy decisions and other approvals that are required by law to be made by the city council. So our whole form of government has changed. Our way of operating has changed. The auditing committee that this thing mentions is illegal because it effectively provides for 2 council members, because we don't have a commissioner of finance, 2 council members to approve all bills for payment. That can't happen because the Brown Act requires you to have the approval of a majority of the city council, which is 3 people, in order to do anything. So these ordinances have been superseded by law with respect to that one that creates the auditing committee. It's been made illegal by the Brown Act, and the state, of course, has the overriding power. If they decide to adopt a statute after you have created your city, which is what they did, and change the way you're required to operate, you're required to conform to that. And your ordinance is rendered null and void. So that one in particular is illegal. The other one is impracticable and unworkable and just ineffective. You have vested all the power for police and fire in your chief of police and or by contract in the fire district. Okay? We have no control over what that fire district does unless they breach the contract. That's it. So the commissioner of fire and police would have no power. The commissioner of light and water would have no power because water is we have an actual water code in the state of California now that we didn't have back in 1921 because we didn't have the same requirements that drinking water, for example, is required to conform to. There are testing requirements. There are maximum contaminant levels in the water. And so we have all the power to administer the city vested in the city manager. And we in turn hire through her a public works department that has expertise to deal with things like light and water and sewer systems, which is your primary function with respect to health. So none of these things really exist anymore. And so it would make no sense to make those appointments because they don't mean anything anymore.
So just a point of clarification, this was not to make financial decisions or anything. For me, it was more to get the citizens of Parlier more involved. So like, for instance, if I was the commissioner of sidewalks, streets, and whatever it is, I would have a meeting once a month. This is just my thoughts, was a meeting once a month to have the community members come in. If they see anything that's wrong with streets, sidewalks, or whatever, parks, whatever it is, then they would bring it to the attention there, and then we would direct it to the city manager so that she can take care of it. I don't think it was never to do financial or anything like that. It was just to get our community members involved in stuff that they see within our city. So for instance,
sure, you do that anyway.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna be. You may not have done it yet, but you're a city councilman. People are gonna come up to you and they're gonna go, you know, you've got a pothole over here on Parlier Avenue, and, you know, it threw my car out of alignment. You guys need to get that fixed. And, you know,
They'll reach out to
you have to take care of that. You bring that to the council, you say, how are we gonna get this done?
Yeah.
And you take care of it that way. But, we can also establish
Committees.
committees.
That's
of
different.
the-
I think-
of the city.
And I think
council.
that's
I think that's what-
more.
that's what-
The interpretation, I think that was more of like a committee, like, you know,
Yeah,
somebody's in
that's what
charge
he-
of a committee. And,
That was the spirit of it.
yes,
Yes.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, well,
you know,
that's
That was the
that's
spirit. I think that's what he was.
the misunderstanding about the commissioner's role and a committee's role.
wording, yeah,
Because
yeah.
a commissioner is more what he was talking about. A
Yeah,
committee is just a
that's-
group of people.
Yeah, I gotta have more than one person.
But that there's
Right.
actually no ordinance for committees that we have. I mean, committees,
But
you could
that's
form
something
it.
that we could set up.
You could form it without having a ordinance.
I can set up that up.
Yeah.
And we
I'll set that up.
we leave it to you guys to decide what you need a committee for. And typically, these are established to address, you know, long-standing problems that don't seem to get solved in your city, like I don't know, the number of stray dogs running around Parlier, for example. Things like that require, you know, some focused attention. And so if you wanted to do that, you would put on the agenda formation of a committee for animal control. And you would refer to that, you know, the council would refer to that committee for, you know, coming up with a plan to address the problems we're having with animal control, come back to the city council and say, you know, this is what we've
Here we go.
decided is the best solution, and then we go from there.
Yeah, so like I said, it was just more of trying to get our community members more involved, as you know, giving their input, and because at the end of the day, we work for them, and you know, having their input will make a big help to us up here. So that was my reasoning of that ordinance.
I think it was just a misunderstanding of what the committee is and what a commissioner is, their roles.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So then whenever, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's the same reason we brought it up, because we want the community to be able, to voice their opinion. This is their community. They should be able to say what we need, or give ideas of what we need and how to make our community better. I mean, we're all in it for the same reason, to make our community the best that we can.
So-
for our children, for everybody else. But we want to hear their voices. They have ideas, and I don't know you, but I hear you talk, and I really like the way you talk. I really feel like you're connected, like you care a lot, because you're still here. And that's what we want. We have so many people in our community that want to get involved with the decisions that the city does, that city council does. And by having committees, then they can voice their opinion. And they can be as proud as all the rest of us, saying, you know what? We had something to say about this. We had something to say about what we feel is safe for our children when they're crossing the street, what our parks should use or need. Because it is, to me, it's kind of hard to say, well, I'm going to build this and it's going to work for everybody. But the people that are there, the people that live there or work there, they're the ones that know, because they're there all the time. And they're the ones that we want to hear.
Okay.
And be giving them an opportunity to be able to voice their
We
opinion.
still have closed session, so I think that was just informational. It was not a public decision or anything like that, so you can go ahead. It was only informational, so, but it's only informational, so we can go ahead into closed session.
Real
Neil?
quick, Mayor. It's on the agenda, okay? So please don't, you have to run the meeting according to, I'm gonna disagree with the attorney. You can check with Selma. Selma has all commissions, planning commission and ex-commission and ex-commission. And they're basically more or less the same. Sanger got the same thing. Fresno got the same thing. Everybody has commissions with the exception of Parlier.
Okay.
And we're supposed to have one with item, what is the Q?
You.
You know, and, it
And
is
aren't
by
you
law.
involved in that
Yeah,
one, though?
Wait a minute.
Right.
You know, but I don't know why we are so afraid. You know, I can file a lawsuit against the city collecting the money, but I'm just going to provide more work to my council.
Okay.
You know, so I don't know why is the problem that you guys don't want to open up to the community. Go to Sanger and find out how they do it. Go to Selma. Go to Really.
Okay.
Go even to where.
Oh, we need to stop already. It was only informational, and you're just becoming
no, it's
argumentative.
not informational. You're
And
saying that it cannot be done. You can tell your attorney to put language, okay, to form commissions that are going to be working under you. They're going to only bring recommendations.
that's a committee. You're
No,
not
no,
understanding.
no. There's the commission. It's that committee. Commissioner.
All right,
the
thank you,
commissioner
Humberto.
and do
Chief,
the
could you please? He needs to always. You're. Thank you, Chief.
if I
You're
may,
you were the attorney for Selma. I don't even understand.
You do have ordinances on the books that establish both a planning commission
I know.
and a personnel commission.
Right.
So the speaker is incorrect.
I know.
We haven't
Ay,
we
Dios
don't
mío.
have those things here because in the past, I understand, there has been no interest by anyone in.
And they can establish a committee.
Those
There's no problem with that. I don't understand what's the problem, whether if it's a committee or a commissioner. A commissioner, he already explained why we couldn't, because the commissioner is the one that does that role. That's the way it was on the ordinance. And if people want to get involved, they'll do the committee. I mean, I don't understand what's the problem. It's always argumentative with you, Humberto. Instead of just always coming in here and try to be positive, you come in here with negativity every single time. So, Neil, can you go over the closed session, please, so we can move on with the next item on the agenda, please?
Absolutely, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
On our closed session agenda, you simply have one item.
Unbelievable.
Which is public employment, all positions.
Thank you very much, Neil. Anybody want to address the council for the closed session item?
I do have Danny here.
Okay, thank you.
I do have Danny here. He's working on in finance.
Go ahead, Danny. Can you go to the...
And he is here. No, he's here. I want him to, you guys have asked about the audit. You have asked about the audit, and the audit is near completion. The only thing that that they did discover with the audit is that because we've done a lot of street projects, when you spend up to a certain amount, it gets us to a point where we have to do an additional audit. And so that's where we're at. Why don't you go explain to that which is what's caused our audit to go a little longer.
Yeah, I just reached back out to Lan, who's the one auditing. She's like the lead on the audit. I spoke to her today. We just submitted some more numbers a few days ago. I don't remember which day exactly. Yeah, I think so. It's green.
Good.
Yeah. I'll raise it higher.
Yeah, we could hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Where was I? Oh yeah, I reached out. We submitted a few numbers a few days ago, and that's the number. Well, the number that Sonia just mentioned is 750,000, and it's it was for the street projects. It's different things that add up to that 750,000 amount, and it did trigger a single audit. So they're going to be requesting more backups, more information on that, and that is a reason why it's been delayed. They've also, I don't want to put any blame on them, but they have been kind of slower than other audits also. They've been kind of moving. They did tell Ellie that they do have a lot of clienteles right now that they're going through, that they're having to deal with right now.
Thank you. And you're absolutely right. I had a meeting with the Fresno County Transportation Authority Board, and one of the things that they were talking about, because we had an item on the agenda for approving the auditors that actually audit for the Fresno County Transportation Authority as well for all the monies that go to all the cities. And so one of the things that they did mention is that a lot of cities are behind.
Yeah.
And it's not just Parlier, it's Fresno, it's all the cities because of the lack of CPA companies that are out there to do these audits that have that experience, because not everybody is in government. So there is a delay, but one thing they did mention, and this is one of the questions that I had, and I mentioned it to Sabrina, is that in order for us to be receiving funds for the Transportation Authority, we have to be in compliance with the audits, because in the future, what they're going to do is if we don't have an audit and it's delayed, we won't receive funds until you complete that audit. So we need to make sure, and I know it's hard for staff because I know that right now you guys are short-staffed, so it doesn't help, but we need to make sure that all our audits are done in a timely manner, because it is very critical to the city, because we will lose lots of money. It's not 1 million, 2 millions, it's millions of dollars that come from the Fresno County Authority, Fresno COG, monies that come to us for projects, and we can't jeopardize not receiving funds to continue to work on these projects in the community. I just wanted to make sure you guys understood. But I totally understand that our staff is understaffed right now, and then they're doing everything and they can. I know that you're pretty much running everything, Danny, right now, but I think it's really important, and I'm glad that you gave us that update, because I was really concerned when I heard that. But I know that it's not just Parlier; it's all the cities are right now dealing with that.
Reedley hasn't even gotten theirs started.
Yeah, it's all the cities.
We're actually doing okay.
And Ellie actually mentioned that it was some cities are actually 2 years behind.
Yes. Yeah.
So we're actually doing well, but I don't want us to get to that point.
Yeah, of course. One thing I just want to say real quick, Lan, this is, I've been here almost 5 years, and I've been doing the audits with Lan. I think my first year here, we did we were behind like 2 audits worth. And she's been really like really good at communicating with me and just getting everything done. I mean, with Ellie not being here also, I'm very confident that it's going to be done, and it's going to be done.
And you guys have done a fantastic job. And back when you guys were 2 years behind was because we never had a finance director.
Yeah, there's a gap.
That was, I think the actual real finance director we ever had was back when Patricia was here. So I'm glad that even though at that time you didn't have that finance director, you still were able to do what you needed to do to get things going. And with Allie being in there and helping you, I know that she is very important for us to keep her there, because she has changed a lot of the things, of the issues that we've had in the past in the city, turning the deficit, turning it around, recovering our monies from grants that were not recovered. So it's great when we get grants, but if we don't request the funds and get those funds back to reimburse ourselves for what we did spend, what's the point of applying for grants if you're not going to get reimbursed? So thank you guys.
Just real quick, Len is currently out of town. The next time I'm going to speak with her is next Wednesday. So if you guys do
Good.
have questions about an update, probably be then.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Danny. Sorry that you had to wait this long for... He wasn't going to say anything.
I caught him off guard.
Okay, so then we're going to be going into closed session, and so in closed session,
I'm going to ask that City Council to really consider all positions. I don't know what you guys are going to be discussing, but please consider all positions, because this is what it says here. Public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54-957, all positions. Please consider all the positions. Because it seems to me that the mayor is not going to listen to you, and you guys need to start finding a way how to censor her, because she never let you speak, and she never let me speak. And I like her. She just got selected to be the new chair lady of COF. which made me proud. It made me proud, you know, but we got different opinions on how to run meetings, so all those things, but please consider all positions. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. And so we're going into closed session, and when we come back, then we will let you guys back in if you guys can either wait for us, hopefully, we'll be done quickly. Thank you, Chief.
All right.
See you, Chief.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Chief.
Good night.
Chief Jerry, you take the wreath? Want it?
Okay.
Is it short? Mayor, don't forget to, you're just gonna update us, right? Okay. Don't forget to text. I know, remind me, because you know me. Oh, okay.
We'll see you.
Jeff, you going?
Hmm?
What I need now is sleep.
Good, Neil, my cup, I got it today. Leadership president.
Cool.
Like a list of some of the sidewalks they're lifting up.
I mean, have you been? I haven't
So
seen you.
they've been grinding them down to
Inviting
flatten
them
them
back
down.
again?
So they've done a lot already, so it'd be good to add this one to that list.
Yeah. Start coming back again? That's good.
I can take a picture of this too. I never got it. I can take a picture.
You could learn a lot. That's good. I'm glad to see you.
It's a wrap. Yeah, and I took that Meister.
Bye, Neil, we'll see you. Are you gonna, you're not walking, are you?
No.
Okay. Or it's too cold.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I haven't seen you over there anymore either.
Oh, wow.
I can't see Kathy at all throughout the whole entire meeting. Got that?
Huh?
I say I can't see Kathy at all throughout the whole entire meeting. At all, the whole entire meeting. Barely, I don't even really see Diego.
Yeah, that's bad, yeah. What happens is concrete expands when the heat and it attracts some cold. So sometimes if it's not, if it's too old and like the joints aren't working properly, it'll expand it and it'll push up. Yeah, so that is, it happens.
I sent to Bertha.
Okay, okay, yeah.
But I'll remind Bertha and then to have her send it to you.
Yeah, yeah.
When you guys have that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I know you guys are really busy.
No,
Javier, I had one for you.
Yeah.
The sidewalk at Harry, I believe it's on the, if you're facing south, that one's not handicap accessible.
Oh, okay. Oh, it has a right, it's not even built yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
So, if you're going from, you know where you guys did Trinos? Okay, so it's Trinos, it's
Oh, the next
and
street
then
over,
it's
yeah.
Harry.
That's the only part of the city that doesn't have.
Yeah.
That's what we did now.
Yeah, I know.
Awesome.
So that's all I was saying, cause you guys did several of them,
Yeah.
but that one hasn't,
Yes,
that
we're
one.
missing two there.
Okay.
The next one and the next one.
And the following.
Yeah,
Okay.
those
They're eventually gonna get.
Yeah, yeah, because they're going one by one as they go.
Okay.
I'm out there, making sure that they're doing it correct.
Got it.
They put on their list.
I don't want to hit, if you hit end, it'll Bertha,
Bertha, you left it on.
You left it on.
Show her how to do it, cause she doesn't know how to do it. And then you could hear over there, look, the camera, mic is on. The mic. Okay, meeting is adjourned.